Peace everyone, Unmask here. Welcome back to another oil painting live stream. As you can see, I'm doing some chess pieces here. I was really struggling to figure out what I was going to paint today. Um, I had this idea originally that I was going to go buy some like cheap children's plastic toys, and then I was just gonna spray paint them so that I had flat, even colors. And I just never really got a chance to do it. I didn't even know where I was gonna get the stuff. And then I came up with this idea that I thought was really good that would not only save me from having to buy anything, but also gave me uh, essentially infinite possibilities. And that was to build a light box or a shadow box inside Unreal Engine and then just use 3D assets and then change the material on them to just be flat colors and set up the lighting and everything just in Unreal Engine. And the problem that I faced with that was I couldn't find free assets, which was kind of unfortunate. I couldn't find like usable free assets. I found a couple. I set up a little scene and I just couldn't. I was like, I can't paint this. This is like the most boring thing in the world. It was a clay pot, an anvil, and a hammer, and it was just super lame. I was like, "There's no this is not gonna work." Um, I found some really cool 3D assets, but the problem was I had to buy them, and I was like, I'm not buying these 3D assets just to do this light box idea, and so I scratched that, and then. It was a few months ago we did those chess pieces for the colored pencil project, and I was like, well, I might as well just do the chess pieces then. And I had this really cool idea, as you can see here. Um, so I have, it's like it's going to be like a love story kind of thing. So if you see here, here's the two kings and here's the queen. But what you can't tell is the color of the pieces. And so this is the black king here, and this is the white king, and this is the white queen. So it's like a Romeo Juliet kind of thing, forbidden love. You know, the black king and the white queen, and then the white king is defeated. So that was uh, that was my brilliant idea to set up the chess pieces that way. And I took I don't know if, how well you can tell, but I took the photo with a wide angle lens. So you can see like the foreshortening of the king and how much bigger the king is. And it sort of like comes towards you a little bit. So, yeah. Hey there, Chandri, Cece, Tina, good to see you. John, Victor, Alicia. Oh, just released from the hospital. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I've like I mentioned on the previous live stream, I've been working on my chess and trying to get my chess brain going again. And yesterday I was studying for a few hours, and then I don't know why the idea of chess pieces didn't come sooner, but yeah, I'm glad it did. I think I might actually do a couple paintings of the chess pieces and maybe even incorporate a couple chess pieces with the mannequins. So I might do another painting with the mannequins, but probably not for a few paintings. So I'll do like maybe I'll do 3 chess piece paintings and use some of my block shapes. I think I might do that. Anyways, I hope everyone's day is going well. Hope you had a nice week. My wife and I, we are going to be leaving tomorrow morning for our first road trip in our new car. Super excited to drive across the country. We got about a 4 hour car ride ahead of us. We're going to head to Bogatinha and meet some friends that live there. And so that's our plan for the weekend. We're going to go stay with them. Excited to put some K's on the car. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Oh, hey there, Remy. Yeah, I decided to try. So for this live stream, I decided to try ads on it to see if YouTube likes it. For the live lessons, I always have ads turned off, so you should never see ads on the live lessons because I have it disabled because I don't want people to have to deal with ads when they're doing, when they're trying to follow along on the projects. That would just be super annoying. Let's see here. I needed to differentiate this edge from the cast shadow. I guess I'll just leave like a tiny gap there for now anyway. Because this is the black king here, and the cast shadows are the same value as the shadow side of the black piece. Hello, Jill. I'm sorry to hear about that. My friend that I go to the gym with, well, one of the friends, well, actually, two of the friends that I go to the gym with are both doctors. And currently, one of them is on rotation with the ambulance, and he came in contact with a elderly woman that tested positive. He was kind of annoyed by it because she didn't mention her symptoms on the call. So they showed up just to seemingly deal with someone that was not feeling well, but non-descriptive in the symptoms. But he's not on lockdown or anything because I was with the gym. I was at the gym with him yesterday, so I was at the gym for almost 4 hours yesterday. I was just working myself to the bone. It's really, really hot right now. So I might get a little shiny throughout the throughout the live stream. You'll have to forgive me if I get shiny, but I have my door open, so we might hear some dogs barking eventually or something like that. So I'll just apologize in advance, but it is super toasty right now. Extremely toasty. I almost wanna just go out to my car and go for a drive with the air conditioning. That's the only place the air conditioning exists. Nobody really has air conditioning in their flats here in Poland. It's just not very common. I mean, it's only hot like this for maybe a month and a half. 4 hours in the gym. What I do? Um, Yesterday, well, for all of our sessions, we always do full body workouts, but with targets. So yesterday was the main exercise is hip thrusts and shoulders and back. So we did a lot, but we have a solid routine that we cycle through every other day or so. But I always go early. I always go about a half hour to 40 minutes early before everyone else um, shows up, and I just worked on the elliptical and the bike, the stationary, for a bit, got my heart rate up and all of that. Still trying to still trying to lose the lockdown weight, you know. So I'm just working extra hard in the gym to get back in shape. I I'm 10 weeks in, I think. Yeah, I think 10 weeks or even 11 that I've been going to the gym consistently. Haven't missed a single workout in 11 weeks. I go about 6 to 7 hours a week, 3 times a week. Um and since I started, I have lost 11 kilograms. So about 23 pounds or so, somewhere around that. So I've lost a considerable amount of weight very quickly in the past 2 months. Um, feel a lot better. It's easy to, I don't know, it's just easy to sort of get in a comfort zone and not concern yourself so much about exercise. But now that going outside feels normal again, and my wife and I, we can just, jump on our bikes and go for a nice bike ride, go to the park, and not feel like we have to look over our shoulder to see if there's some kind of like authority gonna bark at us for not wearing a stupid mask or whatever. It's nice to just go outside and be normal again. Yeah, it's quite a lot. Yeah, I lost quite a lot. I didn't even realize that I had gained that much. I mean, it was sort of over my entire body. It wasn't like localized to my belly or something. Honestly, it wasn't super noticeable. And I was actually talking to my wife last night because you know, I think yesterday is the most time I've spent in the gym since I was in my 20s. And because when I was in the military, when we were out to sea, all I did was go to the gym because there wasn't quite literally nothing else to do. And I lived with a bunch of meatheads, so it just sort of happened. And um, so, 10 weeks into going to the gym, I asked my wife, I was like, do I look any different? Do I look better? Because I was kind of like not feeling it. I was like, I don't feel like I've done anything. Like, yeah, the scale has a different number on it, but I feel like I look the same. I look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, I don't see the difference. And it was sort of just bothering me a little bit, but my wife said that I look different, that I'm noticeably slimmer. I guess my arms are a little bit bigger, but I don't notice it. I can't tell. And you guys just see me from the shoulders up, so you can't really you can't really give me your opinion on it either. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. But I'm doing strength training exercises to build muscle. So, well, the nutrition part I have down easily. Yeah, the nutrition is solid. I've ever since I went vegan, I've been studying nutrition as a lifestyle. So I have been vegan for 13 years actually. Yeah, yeah, I just passed 13 years the beginning of this month. It's like July 3rd, 2009 is when I went vegan. So, and when I went vegan, I didn't really know anything about nutrition, but since going vegan, it has constantly been a learning process. And um, so nutrition wise, I am very solid. The one thing the one thing that I am doing differently is I'm relatively maintaining a caloric deficit in my diet, which means that I will build muscle slower than people that are like really trying to bulk up. But I'm also trying to get leaner, so I'm building muscle while getting leaner. And right now, I've hit like uh, the balance point, because like when I first started, I was losing weight really quickly and I was getting stronger really quickly. But now I've sort of gotten to a balance point where I'm still getting stronger, but I'm not adding more weight to my lifts. And I'm not losing as much weight anymore. So it's gotten to the point where the muscle growth and the weight loss has sort of gotten to an equilibrium. So I'm staying the same weight. I've been 76 kilograms now for like 3 weeks. And I'm still getting stronger. So I think overall I'm losing body fat, but I'm still gaining muscle and it's sort of trading off. So I'm staying the same weight. And so I think that might be where I'm at right now, which is the ideal place for me to be. Yeah, I take supplements. I take a multivitamin supplement, and I have a vegan protein powder that I take as well, to increase my protein intake, because my standard diet is a high carb, low protein diet, as that is the optimal um, health diet for humans is high carb, low protein. High protein diets are very, very bad for you until about the age of till about the age of 60. I'd say if you're under the age of 55, high protein diet is overall bad for your general health. And this is all documented scientifically. It's not my opinion. But as you get older and your muscles begin to deteriorate because of age, a higher protein diet can help maintain your muscle mass as you get older. But uh, for younger people, a high protein diet is just bad uh, for your kidneys and pretty much everything. Because people associate high protein diet with eating more meat, which is uh, the worst place to get your protein. Keto diet for diabetes is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. You should probably find a better doctor. Not to, sorry, the keto diet is one of the worst and most unhealthy diets that um, a person can follow. Every 10 to 15 years, it goes by a different name. And currently, this cycle of the low carb diet is called the keto diet. 15 years ago, it was called the Atkins diet. Before that, it was just called the low carb diet. Um, and then 50 years before that, when it was invented to help balance um, the mental state of schizophrenia, well, then it was just, I think maybe they called it the keto diet, but I'm not sure if they named it the keto diet back then. It was just a low carb diet meant to induce ketosis into the body to help balance the mental state of schizophrenic patients in a mental hospital. So yeah, that's the origin of that diet. And any doctor that thinks that high acidic diet is healthy for especially a diabetic, that doctor doesn't know anything about nutrition, which most doctors don't actually. Most doctors know very little to anything about nutrition because nutrition is not a required field of study to become a physician at all. There are little to none nutritional classes that a physician is required to take in order to get their medical license and to practice as a doctor. Most people don't know that. Where do I get your protein from beans? I think that's supposed to be a good source. Um, uh, protein is uh, protein is extremely easy to get. It's virtually in every food that you eat, and it is probably so easy to get that as long as you're eating, you're most likely getting all of your protein. And that goes for plant-based eaters like myself. So the only reason I think about protein now is because I'm weightlifting and I know that it's important to maintain all of my um, all of the primary amino acids in order for my body to adequately build muscle. So that's the only reason I started taking a protein supplement is because I knew that I was going to be weight training. And aside from that, um, like I said, anything that you eat, you're going to get protein from. So, yeah, beans are a great one. Tofu, um, oatmeal, peanut butter, any nut or seed. I love cashews. I love to make cashew cheese. Um, I mean, there's even some protein in just regular noodles. Any of the non-dairy milks. I love rice milk and coconut milk and oat milk. I drink all of those. I don't just drink one. Yeah, like I said, anything that you eat contains protein. So, I mean, that's the question that sort of drove me and forced me into studying nutrition because when I became vegan, I didn't really know a lot about nutrition. And I found it the first few months of being vegan, I found it actually rather difficult for me to continue progressing and getting better because when I went vegan, I had only ever heard of the word vegan for about 2 weeks. Like I before that, I had never even heard the word. If somebody would have came up to me and said, "Do you know what a vegan is?" I would have had no idea because it would have been the very first time that I've ever heard the word in my life. And so when I first transitioned to a plant-based diet, I was my mindset was I can't eat this, I can't drink this, I can't eat this or that over there. I can't. And so it was an elimination for me. That's what the diet did for me is that it was just eliminating all of these things. And what I ended up doing for the first I'd say probably for the first 3 months is I only thought about the stuff that I was eliminating. So I was just taking away all of the stuff that I was familiar with, and I started just sort of replacing it with whatever I knew was plant based, which is a terrible way to go because generally what you grow up eating, you have a tendency to balance out sort of naturally almost. Some people can, some people struggle with that. But for the most part, you sort of balance out based off of your appetite because your body is really good at telling you when you're hungry and when you're not hungry. Um, and appetite, now there's a bit of contention here, but appetite, I think, is a way of your body telling you to eat something that contains something that it's missing or it's low in. In some cases, obviously, there's chemical additives to foods that severely cripple your natural ability to understand your own body. But um, when I was when I for those first 3 months, I didn't really know how to cook good vegan food. I was sort of struggling with that, and so it took me a lot of time. I'd say it took me about a year and a half to learn to replace instead of eliminate. So, like I said, the beginning, I was thinking about all the stuff that I can't have, and now I know why I don't put ads on my live streams. Um, Yeah, so I was thinking about all the things that I couldn't have instead of thinking about all the things to replace those things with. So, um, my advice for anybody that wants to move more towards a plant-based diet is don't think about elimination, think about replacement. And so that's what I ended up doing. Uh, after about a year and a half, I learned how to cook all of my favorite foods, pizza and tacos and pasta. I can even make meatloaf out of lentils, for crying out loud. Hamburgers. There's plant-based hot dogs, but I've never really been a fan of hot dogs. This is getting ridiculous. How is it the same person when I've kicked them from my channel? Yeah, I've banned it like 5 times now. Sorry about that, everyone. Um, Sorry, I think I missed a question there. Isn't it expensive being vegan? No, nope, not at all. It's, I would say it's, if you do it in a health conscious way, then it is the least expensive way to eat because the thing, and just to clarify, I'm not a huge fan of saying I'm vegan because the idea of being vegan is rather simple in the sense that you don't use or ingest animal products. Okay, that's easy. I prefer to refer to myself as a that I eat a plant-based diet. I have a plant-based lifestyle because you can eat nothing but Doritos and Oreos and drink Mountain Dew or Pepsi and call yourself vegan. Okay? So, but if you do that, you're probably not going to see 40. Unless you're over 40, you're probably not going to see whatever the next decade you're supposed to see. Like, so it, and if you do that, it's going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive if you're buying all of the trash that just doesn't have animal products in it. Vegans don't eat fish, so the people that are eating fish aren't vegans. So if they say they're vegan and they eat fish, well, guess what? They're not vegans. that's not that's not a thing. Those are people that either don't know that a fish is an animal or they don't know that vegans don't eat animals. So, yeah, that's not a thing. That's just a confused individual. But anyways, going back to the expensiveness of it, um, wow, this is unbelievable. I didn't think my channel was this popular that I get bots promoting nonsense. I apologize for that, everyone. I think Diane's on vacation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's on vacation. She mentioned something I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah. Well, they don't usually hit me because I don't run ads on my channel, and I think that that keeps it hidden to some degree. Sorry, I'm trying to get back to the question that John asked about it if it's expensive. Um, you can optimize just about any diet. So regardless of the diet, you can optimize it for your wallet depending on how you want to do it. And a plant-based diet is no different. So, for instance, if you're trying to do it on a if you're trying to do it on a budget, then you just want to make sure you have the most well-rounded plant foods available to you. So doing things like frozen veggies is totally fine. I would say in a lot of ways, frozen veggies are probably the best route to go. They're the most cost effective for most people. You don't have to worry about eating them in like a really, really short time span because they're frozen. They're better. Frozen is always going to be better than canned. One, canned tends to be less or more. So even if you can find like cheap canned veggies, uh, based off of weight, uh, they're going to be less veggies in a can than a bag of frozen. Um, oh, hey, Diane, I didn't know that you were here. Um, and then also, canned veggies tend to have added salt. So, um, frozen, if you cannot get fresh fruits or veggies, then always go frozen before going to canned. Um, so that's going to be pretty cost effective for a lot of people. Potatoes are probably one of the best foods on the planet. Uh, Potatoes are so nutritionally dense that you could pretty much just eat potatoes for 5 years. And out of those 5 years, you'll probably still be quite healthy. Like you'll probably be deficient in a few vitamins and minerals after 5 years, but because potatoes are so nutritionally dense, you got to eat the skin. Stop peeling your potatoes. I got to throw that in there. The skin is part of is the most dense part of um, the finer nutritional benefits, the minerals. So stop peeling your potatoes, please. Um, but potatoes are very, very cheap when it comes to calorie per cost. So, frozen veggies and potatoes, you can live off that. And a bag of oranges. I'd say if you wanted to like live the most optimally cost effective plant based diet, just do every frozen vegetable that you can. Make sure you include spinach in there too, and kale if you can find it. Frozen kale, not as common, but spinach, kale, any of the fruit melodies where you have like corn and green beans or whatever. So all the frozen veggies, the mixed ones and the single ones, whichever one do you like. So just get that. Get potatoes, just bunches of potatoes, a bag of oranges, and a bundle of bananas, and you're good to go. That's it. That's it. You could just live. You could just live off that, and that would probably be the most cost-effective, uh, calorically dense food. that you would easily survive off of. The thing is, people don't like to survive when the options are so vast. They prefer to thrive. And that's why everybody's so fat in the most developed parts of the world. And we like variety. Variety is rather important, but not vital to a healthy lifestyle. But you can usually get that in seasonal plants and things. So just start with the base of just potatoes, all the veggies, and a couple fruits, bananas and oranges. Oh, you can throw apples in there too. Apples are usually pretty cheap as well. So, um, if you want to do a fancy diet, like if you want to have fancy food, then yeah, it's always going to be expensive no matter what you're eating. Because I can go out to the restaurant here and have super tasty vegan food, but if I do that, if I even did that once a week or twice a week, that's going to substantially increase the cost of my monthly budget on food. Oh goodness. That I'm sorry to hear that, Diane. Yeah, potatoes are definitely common in Poland. Like Poles basically live off of potatoes and cabbage. Like I would say I would say half of Polish food either contains potatoes or cabbage or both even or both. So, um how hard is it going vegan? That's totally up to the person, truthfully. For me, I had absolutely no problem going vegan. Um whereas some people will have a lot of difficulty. It's personality personality makes a big difference. For me, I can just turn things on and off. So I was eating just the standard American diet when I was in the military. And then one day I asked my friend why he was vegetarian, and he told me to look it up. And so I found all of the scientific based information that showed that a vegetarian diet had a much lower mortality rate than just the standard diet that a standard balanced diet that contains animal products. Um, and so a few days after finding that information, I I was like, well, I'll do a couple weeks. I'll do a couple weeks of being vegetarian. That's not going to be very difficult. And so I just when the time came and I ate the last, I don't know, pound of ground beef in my refrigerator, I just hit the stop eating meat button in my brain, and I went 2 weeks vegetarian. And guess what? It was not hard for me at all. I was like, I said, I'm going to do this, and that's exactly what I did. In the middle of those 2 weeks, I didn't stop looking up information because I was very intrigued. Nutrition has always sort of been something that intrigued me because my dad was always really into nutrition, so I sort of got that from him. He'd always, and it still does, have countertops of vitamins from every doctor he hears a podcast on or something. And so I came across the vegan diet for the first time, and this would have been the end of June 2009. And I was like, well, I'm already doing a vegetarian diet. All I have to do is cut out the milk, eggs, and cheese, and that's the vegan diet. And all the scientific evidence uh, definitively shows that a plant based diet is far better, even far better than a vegetarian diet. And I was like, well, why would anybody be anything other than than a plant-based vegan? Like it, you have vegans have like half the risk of every all cause mortality, cancer, heart attack, stroke, diabetes, uh, obesity. Like it just makes sense. It's like why would anybody be anything other than this? It doesn't make any sense at all. And so again, I just pushed the button in my brain that said I'm gonna go vegan for 2 weeks. I figured I can do it for 2 weeks. That's nothing. That's no part of that's barely anything at all. By the third day, so this would have been July 6th, 2009. That was my third day being vegan. I knew that I was always going to be vegan. I was like, I feel so much better after just 3 days that I don't know if there would ever be anything that could ever convince me to not be vegan. And so I've been vegan for 13 years since then. So yeah, again, it just matters. It just depends on your personality. Because um, for me, it was easy to be convinced because all the scientific data shows that a plant-based diet is the most optimal diet for humans. Um, and I like to optimize because I don't like to eat in the first place. I hate eating. You guys all know this. I've said it 1,000 times. I wish that I didn't have to eat, but if I'm gonna have to eat, I want it to be as optimized as possible. And I want to live a healthy life. So there is no other alternative. It's just plant-based diet. It's not an argument. It wins hands down in every scientific study ever conducted. So that's all good, John. I don't you'll often hear about like, you know, some other crazy vegans that are they stand on a street corner yelling at people that are going into a steakhouse or something. It's like I'm not that like I don't care. I really don't. If people can eat whatever they want, it has little to no effect on me. In the grand scheme, it's probably not the best for the environment, considering the farming aspect of it, and I do feel terrible for all of the animals that unnecessarily suffer. I don't recommend watching any of those videos because they are extremely disturbing, but uh, it doesn't it does truthfully it just doesn't affect my day-to-day life. And so I don't hold anything against anybody that eats meat or eats animal products because I was one of those people growing up and I was that kind of person for nearly 20 years of my life. Um, so I don't hold it against them. For me, coming across the scientific evidence that showed the optimization of the human diet was enough to convince me that it was the best choice for me to make. And there will be pretty much nothing ever that comes out that can convince me otherwise. And um, so I'll always be vegan because of that. But at the same time, I know that others will not be so easily convinced. Not to say that I was easily convinced, because there was a tremendous amount of evidence that I looked through to prove that I was making the right choice. Um, and I know that most people don't live their lives based off of scientific studies. So I can appreciate the difference in the opinions that people will have on whether or not they will go vegan or stay vegan or anything like that. And I don't hold that against them in no way. No judgment, no judgment, whatever. I just, I'm just trying to live my healthiest life. So I can only recommend it if you're interested in living your healthiest life. But even then, it still requires a tremendous amount of work and effort because uh, if you've ever tried to eat a balanced diet that includes animal products, it's just as difficult to eat a balanced diet that doesn't. So it takes time to learn to cook and learn to read ingredients and understand which ones you should refrain from. Uh, my apologies if I happen to miss anybody's comments or questions. I mean, all right, let's. I guess I got to do this color here. I don't know who brought this up. Whoever brought this topic up. Um, for those of you that might be tuning in and not super familiar with my channel, um, this is just a paint and chat. So whatever topic you guys bring up is what I'm going to talk about. And for those of you that have been with me for a long time, know that if you bring up nutrition and diet, that I can talk about it forever. Because I love to talk about it. The only thing I love to talk about more than health and lifestyle is video games. So you bring this topic up, you brought it on yourself. But feel free to change the topic to whatever. You can ask whatever questions you would like. But I'm rather passionate about this subject as I've talked about it a lot the past 13 years. Something that I really miss from the US, um, I never thought that I would miss it, to be honest with you, but I kind of miss the abundance of choice in products. So, for instance, I feel like when I go on Amazon to look for stuff, there's not as many choices. And I love to buy stuff off Amazon. I do it way too much. I do it way too much. Even when I feel so limited in my choices, I still will do it way too much. But just, I mean, going to the store, even like going to the store, and if I want to find something, and I'm talking about something like real specific, like real specific, totally unnecessary. But I sort of got used to that, having grown up in the United States. And yeah, I kind of miss it a little bit. Not gonna lie, I do kind of miss it. And I know I shouldn't. It's very consumeristic of me, but Every once in a while, I'm looking for something real specific and I just can't find it. The one thing that I sort of really miss though, I really miss Vietnamese restaurants. I miss Mexican restaurants. Oh my gosh. Good Mexican food. Good Mexican food. I never realized like the rest of the world has no idea what they're doing. No idea what they're doing. Mexican food is the like my favorite food. My favorite. Anything wrapped in a tortilla. I don't like anything wrapped in a tortilla. You could grill me a blade of grass, and if you wrap that thing in a tortilla, I'm going to love it. Okay? Mexican food is the best food on the planet next to Japanese food. Okay? So, uh I miss Mexican food so much. I miss spicy food. Spicy food doesn't exist in Poland because they can't handle spicy food here. Black pepper is almost too spicy here, but yeah, a little bit of product choice and Mexican food, Vietnamese food. I when I lived in Seattle, I ate pho like every day. I loved it. The old Vietnamese lady that ran the restaurant and worked every single day, all day. Like I would just walk in, wave, sit down at the table. 5 minutes later, she'd come out with a big bowl of veggie pho with extra jalapenos, and and that's what I would eat every single day after class. Every single day. So I miss pho, I miss Mexican food, and I miss product choice. Wait, am I using the wrong color? Oh, that's why that's. Oh my goodness. I was using the wrong color. That's the moderate shadow. Gosh darn it. I knew that it looked too dark. I was like, why does that look so dark? I had to try to scrape this off. Maybe I can use my palette knife. Oh, the other thing that I miss, which is a tiny subtlety, I miss being able to watch UFC fights while it's still a reasonable time because all the UFC fights happen at 3 o'clock in the morning. And so I always have to watch them the next day, which is really painful sometimes because I will forget and I will go on YouTube. And then, of course, because I watch a lot of UFC stuff, YouTube recommends a bunch of UFC stuff. And the first like 5 videos are always who wins. And it's always like the octagon interview of the winner. And it drives me nuts when YouTube ruins the result of UFC fights for me because I can't watch them at a reasonable time because they happen at 3 o'clock in the morning. Um, South Korea doesn't have peanut butter. Interesting. We got lots of peanut butter here in Poland. Quite the choices. We even have flavored peanut butters. Okay, I gotta try to correct this. It's gonna be rather difficult. I didn't even realize I was doing the wrong color. Maybe I only did it a couple times. This doesn't look too different, I guess. I keep doing it. I need to like turn my palette or something. I keep using the wrong color. Every time I look over, it's just too close. Oh, hey there, Chrissy. Good to see you. I forgot to do this shape here, this cast shadow from the queen. There's just like this little triangle there. I forgot to put that shadow in. Guess I'll just do it after this though. Geez, again? Oh, thank you for catching that, Diane. I've never I've never had to deal with this before. This is a new experience. I've had a couple spam bots before during a live stream, but nothing like this. Nothing like this at all. You think a billion-dollar company like Google would be able to handle some simple bots? Yeah, yeah. Protein deficiency you'll only see in people that are literally starving to death. Laughter the fact. Yeah, vitamin C also not very common since vitamin C is relatively easy to get, but yeah, people tend to avoid fruits too much. Yeah, I mean even just a simple apple uh, will contain enough vitamin C for a majority of people. You don't have to eat that many. You don't even have to do the apple a day kind of thing, but yeah. Folate, yeah, folate's a common one also, especially in women. Yeah, folate is one of those really important things to keep track of, especially if you're wanting to have a baby. Folate deficiencies can cause birth defects. Yeah, and most people are fiber deficient because they just don't get anything veggie wise, and they lack regularity, the nice way of putting it, and they don't even realize it. Oh, you're so bored watching my live stream? I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chrissy. Yeah, I don't know why it took me so long to come up with this idea of doing the chess pieces for this project, but for whatever reason, it took me way longer um, to decide to do it. But now I'm really glad that I chose this subject. And I'll have to take a couple more pictures because I think I'll do the next four paintings. Or wait, yeah, so this one plus three more. So I'll do three more chess piece. Well, technically four more. Um, but the fourth one I'll add the mannequin. Maybe I'll do both mannequins. Maybe I'll do both mannequins sitting down facing each other with like a couple pawns sitting in front of them, like they're playing chess, but they're playing chess with like really big pieces and they only have like two pieces. Maybe I'll do something like that. That can be kind of fun. Oh, thank you, Chrissy. I really appreciate that. Okie dokie. Let's grab the shadow color real quick. Gotta fill in this last little shape here that I accidentally forgot. All right, I think that is it for the extreme shadow. Now to do the moderate shadow. Oh, no need to apologize. Oh no, I understood what you were saying, Jill. I was just joking. I was just joking. I knew that what you were talking about. Yeah, I would find that rather boring too if it was compulsory. So if I didn't have a choice, then yeah, it would be really obnoxious. But generally, I don't go outside much anyway. So it wouldn't be too terrible to spend a week indoors for me. Although now it would be, since the weather is so nice. I really, really enjoy going out and riding bikes or even just going to the gym on the warm day feels really nice because yesterday during doing my cardio session on the elliptical in the bicycle, I was able to sweat quite a bit, and I really prefer to sweat a lot when I do workouts because um, sweating is very healthy. Sweating is our body's natural way of pushing out toxins. Most people don't realize this, but your actually, I'll ask it. So, pop quiz question, completely unrelated to art. What is the human body's largest organ? And don't Google it, you cheaters. No Google cheating. What's the body's largest organ? Uh, I think we have a doctor in chat too, so maybe they know. Shopping for art supplies. Yeah, you're exactly right, Tina. It's the skin. Um, yeah, the skin is the largest organ. Um, but yeah, so sweating is really good for you, and so I like to just have my shirt completely drenched when doing cardio or whatnot. It just feels so refreshing to have all that just pushed out. You know, it's really cleansing. I always liked the dry saunas. Hello, thrilling. Hello, hello. Yeah, 102 is quite the fever. I don't know what I would do if I had 102 fever because I actually have a lower body temperature than most people. So 102 for me would probably be closer to like 105 for most people. The average body temperature, like 98.6 or something like that, isn't it? I'm like a full degree lower than that. So when I would have a fever in school, they would pretend like I didn't have a fever because a fever for me would just be like 99.8. So they wouldn't think of it much. Whereas um yeah, so naturally lower body temperature, fevers of just 99 or 100 feel debilitating. 96 to 97. That's what you run? Yeah, that's the same. What shows, movies have I been watching? We just finished season 2 of Resident Alien last night. If you guys haven't seen Resident Alien, it's a goofy movie, a TV show. It only has 2 seasons out, but it's pretty good. Yeah, I would recommend it. It's absolutely goofy, so just be prepared for that. But it's fun. Yeah, it's fun goofy. It's the right kind of goofy, I would say. Movie wise, what did we watch recently? Hmm. We really haven't been watching many movies. No good ones. Oh, we watched the new Doctor Strange movie. My goodness. They're running out of ideas. That was so dumb. The first Doctor Strange movie wasn't amazing, but it was kind of fun. It was kind of cool. But this one with like the multiverse and just a bunch of goofy stuff, like it was actually just really hard to watch. Not even as amazing of an actor as Cumberbatch is, could he salvage that storyline. Um, there was another relatively recent movie that we watched that was a lot of fun. Speaking of the multiverse, it actually reminded me of it because it's a multiverse movie, and it's called Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's I can't remember it where where it was made or whatever, but it's also a goofy movie, but uh, it's a fun goofy movie as well. It's fun. And I would say, as far as multiverse weirdness goes, it's top of the list as far as like well done. It's not super convoluted to the point that it's obnoxious. It's not trying to be something that it's not. It's not a superhero movie, although it's kind of a superhero movie. Um, and it's funny in the right way, kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. I could have told you that Jurassic World Domination is definitely a waste of time. Yeah. I mean, if you watch the trailer before you watch that movie, then I don't know. I have my doubts about you, John. Yeah, they have completely driven I like Jurassic anything is just it's ruined for like ever. They made the whole um they made the whole thing just feel stupid. Jurassic World was just a nightmare of a movie. The kid actors that they brought in to that movie were so unlikable that you just wanted them to be eaten by dinosaurs. Um, what's wrong with trained raptors? Uh, well, truthfully, I think that trained raptors, believe it or not, is actually kind of practical or plausible is the word I'm looking for. Not practical. It's not practical, but it is plausible if you consider if you consider that technically a raptor is just a bird, and a lot of birds can be trained. So there's no doubt with the skeletal records of the raptor that they would have the brain capacity to be trainable. Now, getting into the practical side of it, is it practical? It's probably not very practical. It's probably just dumb. Uh, but yeah, they just turned the whole idea of the dinosaurs into something dumb. The whole thing. Yeah, true. It can't be ruined if you haven't seen any of the new ones. Yeah, birds are very smart animals. Just a common raven is is considered to be one of the smartest animals on the planet in the sense of like sentience. Ravens have been um, recognized as performing activities, one of the very few animals that performs activities for the sole purpose of enjoyment. So, uh, like actually having fun Like they'll do things that that really don't seem to have any purpose other than that they enjoy it. Yeah, it could be very dangerous if a raptor throws a tantrum. What was I painting? I don't remember where I was painting at. I'm just going to, I guess I'll just paint here. All of this. Yeah, I've never met a parrot before. Is there anybody in chat that plays chess? How is Udon? He's sleeping like usual, but he's doing well. Yeah, he's doing good. He's been a bit more active recently. He's been jumping back and forth between his cold cave and his warm cave, and I think it's just um it's good. It shows that he's quite comfortable. He's even moved there a number of times during the day, like in the mid-afternoon, around this time actually. Around this time he'll sneak out. He's real sneaky. Well, anyways, the reason I was asking if I was wondering if anybody wanted to play me in a game of chess while I'm painting. Um, you can use whatever like online chessboard that you use. Let me play white, and I will play. I'm going to play blindfold. So I'm going to play without the board in front of me, and so I'll just play in my head, and I'll tell you the moves. I'll tell you the moves that I make because I've been practicing my blindfold chess with my friend, and he can't seem to ever get past like move 15 before he can no longer remember. He can no longer remember where his pieces are, and he keeps asking me Like every time I make a move, he's like, "Is that attacking anything?" It's like I can't tell you that because then you're gonna move it. The whole point is that you have to be able to see the board inside your head. Okay, John. Yeah, John, let me know when you're ready. Let me know when you have it set up. Remember, I'm going to play as white. Okay? Just let me know when you're ready and I'll tell you my first move. Now, I probably play about at a 1400 level blindfold. I'm, I have a much harder time calculating tactics, so you probably will beat me. All right, my first move is going to be e4. All right, yes, e4. And I'll just wait for you to respond with whatever move that you made. Okay. Bishop to c4. Knight to. Okay, you can't move a knight to f5. That's not even a legal move. I think you mean knight f6. I don't even have a board in front of me, John. I have to correct you on move two. Yeah, you can't move a knight to g6 either. That's not a legal move. Your knight is on g8. Horses don't move two squares forward. That is true. Two forward, one to the left or right, but it could have also moved to e7. Since you moved your e pawn, it does open up the e7 square for the knight to go there. Yeah, it will move like an L shape. So from that starting square, it can go from G8 to F6 or to H6 or to E7. Okay. So F6. Yes. Okay. I'm going to go D4. By the way, you guys can still ask me questions and whatnot. I can just have the chess game in the back of my head. Unless you all pulled up chessboards to watch the game. Uh, okay, so E takes D4 is what you played. Okay, I'm gonna play knight F3. Your chess annotation skills are slightly confusing, but I think I got what you did. Pawn D4, Queen to E7. Okay, Queen to E7. Queen to E7. Let's see here. It's an interesting move. All right, let's just castle. Yeah, I'm just gonna castle. I'm gonna castle and then I'm gonna clean my brush here and change my paint color. Knight to C6. Knight to C6. I'm gonna play E5. Yeah, E5. What? The pawn. Yeah. If I will always tell you the piece that I move. If there is no piece, then it is always a pawn. So if I say e5, it means the pawn moves to e5. Otherwise, I would say knight to e5 or bishop to e5 or queen to e5 or something like that. So the piece will always precede the move. And if there is no piece named, then it is always a pawn. So pawn to e5. So knight takes e5, and I'm going to take back with my knight. So knight takes e5. Queen takes e5. Rook to e1. Knight to e4. Yeah, I expected that. Knight to e4. Knight to e4. Let's go. Hmm. Let's go queen to d3. Yeah, queen d3. Pawn to f5. Um, pawn to f3. I've never been in this position before, so it's getting trickier. Pawn to d5. Just bishop takes d5. Queen takes d5. Oh, that's right. The pawn was there. That was a mistake on my part. Um, F takes e4. So pawn takes your knight. I forgot about the pawn that's on d4. Yeah, I forgot about that pawn. That's okay. Queen back to e5. Queen back to e5. Okay. Let's go. Hmm. Let's go. Queen takes d4. Yeah, queen takes d4. Oh no. Oh, you missed it, John. You missed it. I just gave you the winning move. But since you traded queens here, you actually, yeah, you missed it. The move that you should have played was bishop to c5, pinning my queen to my king. So pawn takes queen. Check, by the way. I I just took your queen with my pawn. Oh, wait a minute. I messed up. Yeah, I messed up. I mixed up I mixed up the E3 square and the E4 square. I thought my pawn was on E3, but your knight was on E4, so I F3 took E4. And then you went, yeah, okay. Yeah, you got my queen there. I messed up. I completely messed it up. We can start a new game. I made an illegal move. If you're playing blindfold and you make an illegal move, then you automatically lose. But I just hung my queen. I hung my queen because I thought I had a pawn on E3. But yeah, I guess I yeah that just works. That's my bad. Yeah, new positions. New positions are the hardest for me to navigate. And this position I was so unfamiliar with, I completely forgot. Um, I had forgotten one. I had forgotten about your pawn on d4, which was actually a really important detail that I missed, that I overlooked, because the only reason I went queen to d3 is um, because I forgot that pawn was on d4. Because if the pawn wasn't on d4 and I went f3 to win your knight, then you had queen c5 check, and then you pick up my bishop that's on c4. And but there's a pawn on d4, so there is no queen c5 check. So I completely missed that. How often do I play like this? This would be my maybe seventh or eighth blindfold game that I just tried. I I don't have very many participants to play a blindfold. All right, I'm gonna go e4 again. Yeah, do over. I'm gonna go e4 again. I'll try not to mess this up. This is a little bit trickier than I anticipated. Doing an activity like painting and trying to play blindfold chess is proving to be slightly more difficult than I anticipated. I'll have to take my time. I'm gonna just take my time with the chess game. I'm not playing blitz after all. Just I'll just make better moves. Make sure I don't miss overlook anything. Okay, bishop to c4. So maybe we'll get into the same the same game, but I won't mess it up this time. Thanks, John. D4. Yep, once again, D4. Okay, knight to f3. Yeah, it's really good practice to play blindfold uh, for board visualization, because if you can visualize it clearly in your head, which I can't yet. I can't see it totally clearly in my head yet, but it's really good for visualization, so that when you're actually looking at the board, you can you have better board vision. Because I mean, even when the pieces are right in front of you, you sometimes will miss very obvious things. Knight to c6. Okay, so you went knight c6 first. I am going to go ahead and let's go ahead and push e5. Oh, wait, I didn't castle. Yeah, I need to castle. Yeah, I need to castle. Forgot I didn't castle. So I don't want to go e5. I want to castle. And I have to remember your pawn on d4. That's important. Horse takes pawn on e4. Okay. So rook to e1. Yeah. Yeah. This is this is the Scotch. I know this. I know this position. Uh yes, rook to e1. That is the move. Pawn to d5, bishop takes d5. Oh wow, I've already been painting for 2 hours. I don't feel like I've done enough in 2 hours. This last couple hours went by really quick. Queen takes d5, knight to c3. Yeah, it does go by fast when you're having fun. I hope that everyone watching is having fun. I know that I'm just playing a blindfold chess game and nobody's really chatting about anything in the current moment, but like I said, feel free to continue to ask me questions. Happy to entertain some questions while painting, while simultaneously playing a game of chess. Queen to h5, knight takes e4. You're enjoying yourself. That's good. Oh, what are you coloring, Tina? What's it a picture of? Bishop. So those are called bishops, John. To e6. To e6. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Um, all right. Slightly disappointed in that move choice. I was really hoping that you'd go bishop to g4. That's what I was hoping for. Are you sure you want to go bishop e6 and you don't want to go bishop to g4? Sure about that? Let's see here. I gotta reevaluate my mental image of the board. Your queen is on h5. Yes, so there's that little bit of a pin there. I can win this back. Um, my knight here. Let's see. Let's go knight takes d4. Yeah, knight takes d4. Oh, that's cool, Tina. That sounds lovely. Sounds like a relaxing project to color. Queen takes d1. Rook takes d1. Oh, you had to go harass a teenager. Horse takes horse. Okay, rook takes d4. Yeah, I don't know a teenager that can't wait to leave, even when medicine isn't in the equation. I know when I was a teenager, I was never at home. I mean, heck, I moved out of my house when I was 14. My sister and I uh, lived lived together. Rook. So the towers are called rooks. Um, Rook to c8. Interesting. Rook to c8. What is the purpose of that? All right, let's go. Sorry, just sorting out the pieces in my head. All right, let's go bishop to g5. Yeah, bishop to g5. Oh, hey there, Linda. Oh, what are you having for dinner? Oh, I forgot that shadow. Oh, I gotta put that shadow in. I missed it. There's a just a tiny shadow. I guess I can leave it for now, but there's just a tiny little shadow at the top of the queen here. Uh, Pawn to h6. Bishop takes e7. Wait a minute. You went bishop e7. Yeah, bishop takes e7. You haven't castled. I have no idea what a schnitzel is. No idea what that is. If I had to guess, it's a sausage because of the German word. What do you mean there's nothing to take on e7? Didn't you went bishop e7? You went bishop e7. I thought it was a strange move. You went like diagonal walkie person to e7. I was hoping for maybe you said the wrong piece. I'm trying to find it in chat. Oh, I misread. I misread. Your wait, your bishop was on f7? f8. I read no, you moved your light square bishop to e6 and I read diagonal walkie guy to e7. So you got to take my move back. Yeah, put my bishop back on g5. I misread. I read e7, not e6. So that was you put your light square bishop on the weird wording messed me up. I'm sorry. So now I have to picture the table because I thought I thought you went dark square bishop to e7. Strange notation throws me off a little bit. So yeah, so my bishop is on g5. Your light square bishop is on e6. Okay. Your dark square bishop is still on f8. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. Um, well, that sort of changed my mind about wanting my bishop on g5. All right, let's just go. Well, you went h6, so I'm gonna go ahead and go bishop back to h4. Okay, so you went h6. My bishop was on g5. I'm gonna go bishop from g5 to h4. All right, so everything is settled now. Yeah, yeah, everything's good. I have the correct board in my head now because I could have sworn I read e7, but it was indeed e6, which is also a good move for you. All right, yeah, I have the correct board orientation in my head now. But I it wasn't because I forgot where pieces were. It was because I misread that move. So f5. Okay, f5. So f5 is attacking my knight. Hmm. My knight is on e4. Let's see, can I utilize that in any way? If I go, I gotta think about this a little bit. f5. Um, where do I want my knight? If I go f6, I can go d5. Takes, takes. All right, let's go. Wait a minute. F6. H. Yeah, let's go knight to f6 check. Yeah, I'm gonna go knight f6 check. Oh my goodness gracious. Would you get out of my stream, you creep? Ridiculous. Yeah, I'm playing John in a game of chess without seeing the board. That is correct. So I have to memorize the positions as he gives me his moves, and then I give him my moves and he plays it on the board. Pawn takes f6. Oh, you didn't move your f pawn. Wait, your g pawn. You didn't move your g pawn. You moved f pawn. What was I thinking? All right, I resign. I resign. Yeah, this is far more difficult to do while painting. I just hang a knight for absolutely no reason. I knew there was something instinctual when I was thinking about knight f5 or knight f6. I was thinking like, why can't I move here? Like in my head, I was thinking why I can't move here, but um, I was thinking the h pawn had moved, the f pawn is moved, and for some reason I was thinking that the g pawn wasn't on g7. Like, yeah, the g pawn is just protecting the f6 square. I don't even know why. It was like a mental block or something, and g pawn wasn't in my mind at all. Yeah, it's all right, Diane. I mean, you can only do so much. I mean, with such obvious like screen names and everything, I don't understand how Google can't handle accounts that do that kind of thing. Like it should be like an immediate permanent deletion kind of situation. We can play another game if you want, John. I gotta stop hanging my pieces. Okay, I'll go e4 once more. Bishop to c4. Well, those aren't even, I mean, free speech doesn't apply to a computer program that's just meant to create fake accounts and spam random live streams. That I don't think I don't think a bot program has free speech. I think spam is just another word for harassment, which isn't protected under any free speech. D4. All right, I got the pieces filled in. I need to grab this little bit of shadow right here, just a tiny sliver of a shadow that I accidentally left out. There we go. Pawn takes d4. Let's go ahead and go knight f3. Yeah, I don't know what the purpose of them is either. I mean, it's just dumb. Whatever. I got nothing to say about it. Okie dokie. Now I guess it's just blendy time. Do some gradients here. I'm gonna make some admixtures. I gotta mix some paint together a little bit. Queen to e7. Okay. Uh, castle. Let's just grab my palette knife really quick. I need. What do I need? Well, that's that, so I don't need that. That and that. Well, I don't even need any admixtures. Yeah, don't even need any. I can just come in here. Let's fix my reference photo really quick. So let's do. I guess I could start at the top. I'll just do these gradients here. Yeah, we can always play a real game where I'm not handicapped playing blind. I'm totally down for that. You can always message me in Discord whenever you're up for a game or whatnot. Since we're not on the same um, time zone, are we? I know we're on similar time zones, being in Europe. Oh yeah, I said my move, castle. Yeah, I'm just gonna castle. It's 16:30 for me. Are you an hour ahead of me or behind me? Or are we actually on the same time zone? Actually, I'm not familiar with Sweden, Sweden's time zone. Knight to c6, e5. I'm gonna go e5. Oh, we have the same time? Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, so you can always just message me in Discord whenever. And that goes for anybody. If anybody wants to play a game of chess with me, I am more than happy to play anybody. Um, Knight takes e5, then my knight takes e5. Yes. Getting ready for work. Oh, thank you. Laughter, I appreciate that. Yeah, I really like painting chess pieces. The geometry of it is nice. Queen takes e5, rook to e1. Painting chess pieces while playing chess. Blindfold. It's a lot of fun. This is the same as game one, by the way, John. I won't make the same mistake twice. I know that you have a pawn on d4 this time. I will not forget. Horse to e4. Yes, I'm going to go f3. I'm going to add a little bit of this darker value here. Your pawn to d5. Um, yes, you went d5, or actually, I think you went f5 last time. But here, I'm going to go bishop to b5 check. Or actually, no, take that back. Hold on a second. You haven't moved your c pawn, so you still have a c pawn. So that's a bad move. Yeah. So no, I'm not going to go bishop to b5. I want to go bishop back to, maybe I'll go bishop f1. Let me think through my move a bit. So d5. d5 attacks my bishop on c4. My queen is still on d1. My rook is there. Your pawn is there. I'm just going to go. Yeah, I'm going to go bishop back to b3. Yeah, that's where I'm going to put my bishop. My bishop belongs on b3. Sorry for changing my mind. But once I once I thought about it and realized you still had your c pawn, for some reason I was, before the game I was thinking of You playing the Sicilian? Hold on a second. My wife just came home. Uh, yeah, for some reason I was thinking Sicilian, and then you obviously didn't play the Sicilian, so I was in the wrong mindset thinking that your C pawn was not on the starting square. So bishop to b4. Bishop to b4. Okay, you're hitting my rook. That's not a bad move, actually. I think what I'll do here is I'll go ahead and play c3. Yeah. Yeah, I'll play c3. In case you missed your message, sorry, I have to go take your husband and dog for a walk. Oh, no problem. Yeah. I'll be on the lookout for the bot, but I appreciate it. Yeah, go enjoy your walk. Enjoy the nice weather and everything. All right, so you went back bishop to c5. Let's go. That's not a terrible move. I'm gonna go ahead and take your knight. So pawn takes e4. So I'll go ahead and win that knight. That seems like a reasonable move, if I do say so myself. Yeah, this is a much better position for me than previous games. Your pawn takes your pawn at c3. Yeah, let's check. I'll just hold on. So pawn there, queen there, pawns on e4. That pawn just took. Your bishop is looking at my king. My rook is on e1. So if I go bishop e3, that blocks the check and attacks your bishop. But if I go there, then you can go. No, you wouldn't do that, would you? No, no, no. That wouldn't be good. I think yeah, I'm gonna need a second here. That's a good move. Throwing that check before recollecting the pawn on e4. Actually, it straight up just wins the pawn, doesn't it? Let's see here. Do I want to go bishop? Maybe I do want to go bishop. Bishop e3. If you go d4, I can go bishop f2. And then I get to keep that pawn. Then you take there. No, that's not good. Yeah, that would be bad. Okay, I can't go bishop e3. That would be bad. All right, so I'll just go king to h1. Yeah, king to h1. Yeah, that's actually a really good move that you played. I sort of overlooked that, but I don't think it's like that bad for white. I'm up a piece, so I can give away a pawn. Pawn takes on b2. Yeah, I'm gonna go bishop takes b2. That's kind of free. Wait a minute. Wait. Your queen. Your queen is on e5. E5 lines up with b2, doesn't it? Oh no. Wait a minute. If you take b2, b2, you took on b2, my pawn is still on e4. Your queen is still on e5. Oh no, that's really not good. All right. Um if I take, you take with a queen, I take, you take. You get both my rooks. Are you kidding me? John, I gotta admit, I underestimated how good you are at chess. You're definitely a higher level than I am blindfold, for sure. Well, I guess, well, no, wait, I can take it the, if I take with the bishop, then I can go knight d2. Or, wait a minute, if I take with the bishop, queen takes bishop. No, that doesn't work. Does it work? Does that work? I don't know if that works. No, that doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, bishop takes b2. Yeah, I gotta play bishop b2. So you win your piece back. Yeah. Yeah. So I have to go bishop takes b2 and you win your piece back. So this is not as straightforward as I initially thought. And I definitely underestimated your skill level. You're far, I mean, you said you haven't played for like a long time, so um yeah, queen takes b2. I'm going to go knight to, wait a minute. No, I don't have to go knight d2. I have an in between move. I have pawn takes d5 check. Yeah, I have pawn takes d5 check. So I win that pawn back. Yeah, that works. All right. I'm not lost. I'm not lost. I might not be better though. Yeah, I might actually be worse here. I sort of feel like I'm in a bad position. I've, you know how many times I've played this e4, e5, bishop c4, knight f6, d4, e takes d4, cat or knight f3. Like you have, I mean, you have any idea how many times I've played this position? I've never been here. You just played king to d8. You played king to d8. Why would you play king to d8? Um, that's a weird move. Okay, I'm gonna go knight d2. King to d8. Why would you go king d8? You just go bishop e6. I do not like that gradient at all. That is a not well placed gradient. I'll take king d8. That's fine by me. Oh, you have a lovely afternoon, Chandri. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out and stuff. It was nice to see you. C8 bishop to d7. Okay, protecting the, or while guarding the king, I guess, kind of, sort of, a little bit. Um, your queen is there. Let's see, your queen is there. Your king. I have a pawn there. My bishop staring at the pawn. Wait a minute. Yeah, my rook is open. My rook is open. My knight on d2. My knight on d2 is doing nothing. Where can my knight go? Where can my knight go? Um, let's see. Let's go, let's just put my knight. I think my knight should go to f3. Yeah, let's go ahead and go knight to f3. I like that move. Yeah, yeah. I have light square bishop. I have a knight, two rooks. I have one, two, three, four. I have four pawns. Four to four pawns to six. Am I counting that right? One, two, three, four. Yeah. One, two, three. One, two, three. Yeah. Four pawns to six. So that's down two pawns. I'm gonna have to find a way to crawl my way back out of this mess that I've put myself in. C5 bishop to d6. So c5 to d6? d6. So d6? I'm sorry, but oh, behind my pawn. C5 to d6. I don't know why I was thinking d6 was, yeah, okay. So c5 to d6. I have a pawn on d5. Okay. Your d6, e4, f3. Ah, so I was looking at my knight. Okay. Let's Hmm. Knight to. No, that would be bad. Your bishop and your queen are guarding e5. Maybe we can go knight to d4. Maybe knight d4. Yeah. What about knight to g5? No, that doesn't. Your bishop guards f7. Wait, does it? No, it doesn't. It's on d6. g5. g5. All right, let's try knight to g5. Yeah, let's try knight to g5. Oh, hi there, Miss Lemon. Yeah, the position's getting really tricky for me. Undoubtedly tricky for me. Your very strong bishops are going to be hard for me to calculate all the squares that they guard and everything like that. It's going to be rough. Sorry, that move took me a while. I hope I didn't miss anything with knight to g5. No piece is covering g5 though. At least hopefully not. Queen to f6, that's a good move. From g5, I can go to. I have a pawn on. Yeah, I have a pawn on d5. So if I go e6. Yeah, let's go knight to e6 then. Yeah, I'll go knight to e6. I am using oil paint. This is Old Holland oil paint that I'm using. Please explain the chessboard grid to me. So the chessboard, if you're looking at it from white's perspective, pawn takes knight. Oh my gosh, you have a pawn. Oh, you have a pawn. Wait a minute. No, I'm not losing. Your queen is on f6. No, your bishop is. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so pawn takes pawn. So pawn takes e6. Anyways, so from white's perspective, you have the letters A through H on the bottom row. So on the bottom row here, and then the rows are counted up 1 through 8. So the columns are A through H and the rows are 1 through 8. And so each square, so the A1 square is the far left bottom square, and then it will just go A, B, C, D all the way through H, and the whole entire row will all be 1. So it will be A1, B1, C1, and so forth. And then each corresponding square as you move up the board. For instance, if you go to the D file and you go up one square, that will be D2, D3, D4, and so forth. And that's how each column and row works. Yeah, A1 is where one of the rooks for white will stand. That is correct. Yeah, I said that my pawn takes on E6. So my D pawn, D5 takes E6. They disappear, Tina, because I am removing the messages. Bishop B5. What? Your pawn was, I mean, your bishop. I didn't mess up your bishops again, right? Your light square bishop is on E or on D7. Am I'm not confused there, right? So your light square bishop on D7, you moved your dark square bishop back to D6, and now you just went bishop to B5, right? So you moved your light square bishop from D7 to B5? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, I forgot about your C pawn. Yeah, again, I totally forgot about your C pawn. Okay. Um, there's not really anything for me to do here. All right, I resign, John. I resign. Again, I keep forgetting about your pawns. Yeah, I keep forgetting about your pawns. But well played. Yeah, really well played. I just keep messing up. Yeah, I just keep messing up. It's not getting any better. I've totally I totally forgot about your F pawn and I hung my knight and then I forgot that when pawn takes knight and pawn takes knight that your C pawn is protecting your dark square bishop. Like for the life of me, I thought that I thought that your bishop was unprotected and I was just going to take it with my queen. But of course, it's just protected by your C pawn and I have zero compensation. Thanks, Tina. Man, it is so unbelievably toasty in my room right now. Oh my gosh, I'm like burning up. Okay. Well, don't turn the volume up too loud. Yeah, it is a little bit difficult um doing all these things. Trying to block all the bots coming in, painting, having conversations, and playing blindfold chess. So, yeah, I won't beat myself up too much. Tactically, I am essentially blind um, when I'm playing blindfold. Like D takes C3 check. I would have seen that. I would have seen that a million miles away. I mean, I had no reason whatsoever to rush with F takes E4, and I could have just went King H1 and been up a piece. So the move is resign, John. I resign. Yeah, it's lost. Um, After hanging my knight for zero reason, it's just no purpose. It's not like I'm gonna find some tactic playing blindfold that's going to win my piece back in any way. So yeah, it's just you're a little bit above the skill level that I can beat. I think blindfold. Like even just the opening, like you're not falling for it. Like you're not playing into my opening at all. And I don't know if that's because you're familiar with this particular opening, the Ponziandi Gambit or the Urasov Gambit, but for whatever it may be, you're not falling into the opening, and you're actually just playing things that I've never even seen before, which, considering I've been playing this same opening for 2 years, is um, both surprising and really disappointing. Play a real game later tonight? Yeah, I'm down for sure. Yeah, I was just saying while you were gone, I was just saying that when you went bishop back to c5, um, after going bishop b4, your knight was still like I was gonna win your knight. Like I was winning your knight on e4, um, and there was no rush for me to take that knight and allow you to take on c3 with check. There was no reason for that. I could have just went king h1 and then been up a piece. Thanks, John. Yeah, I really wish I would have played chess as a kid. I wish there would have been somebody that was into chess and would have introduced the game to me in a much more um, a much more enthusiastic way, because the game was introduced to me by my best friend's dad, my best friend Nathan, when I was in fourth and fifth grade, until he moved to Arizona or something like that. Um, his dad taught us how to play chess at the dining room table in the kitchen. Like, I can still vividly remember it, and I didn't think much of the game then. Like I didn't think much of it. I was much more into collecting Pokemon cards. And I don't think he was like a serious chess fan or anything. It was just a game he knew how to play. And he taught us how the pieces moved. I would have been 11 years old at the time. And I never played beyond that. I never played beyond knowing how the pieces moves. But I didn't know castling. I didn't learn about castling until I started playing chess 4 years ago. I learned I had to relearn how the pieces moved, and learned castling. I learned en passant because I didn't know about the pawn move en passant. And yeah, I mean, I really like the game and really wish I would have gotten into it when I was younger, because so it's so complex that it suits my personality so well. Oh, I see, John. Yeah, it would have been really fun in my opinion if I had a chess club. Now that I have a car, I can actually go to the local chess club, and I'll probably do that relatively soon, because it was far too inconvenient to try to get there with the buses and trams. too much out of the way. So being able, having the option of going now that I have a car is kind of exciting. I haven't gone yet, but I fully intend on trying to utilize the local chess club and maybe even sign up, maybe even join it, have some opportunities possibly for lessons with like much higher rated players. Oh, I love the new car. Yeah, I love the new car. It's my favorite car I've ever owned. Driving it is just so easy. It's just a little go-kart. It's it's not fast at all, which is I'm perfectly fine with. I'm not trying to get anywhere really, really quickly or anything. I'm not trying to impress anybody with the speed of my car, so the fact that it's really slow is actually a positive in my opinion. I like that it's slow and it rides really comfortable. The seats really comfortable. There's so much space for how small of a car it is. I am amazed at how much room there is in the back seat. It's a two door, so they do have a four door option, but I prefer the two door because I think that it looks nicer. I don't, the four door just looks too. I just don't like it with four doors. I don't know what else to say. Um, so I'm glad that it's that we were able to find a two door. Um, and you like even I can sit in the back seat and have space. Like I have space in the back seat to sit. Oh, don't forget about Unreal Engine also, John. Yeah, Unreal Engine and Polish. Yeah, I stay pretty busy. I try to stay busy. My friend lent me this book that I've been trying to pick up, but I just every every moment that I look at it, I go I want to pick it up, but I'm already in the process of doing something. So yeah, it's a cute car. I mean, I wouldn't describe it as cute personally. I don't. I think it's a cool looking car. It looks like a Volkswagen Golf, which I've always liked the Volkswagen Golfs. Volkswagen Golfs remind me of like the old Honda Civics hatchbacks that I grew up in. The whole town was driving that I lived in, you know. And then they'd go to AutoZone and they'd put those soda cans on the exhaust tip and make it sound like it was from the Fast and Furious movie, even though it was only going like 20 miles an hour. It was just super loud and obnoxious. But I always liked the little Honda Civics, um, because they're like little go-karts. They're easy to drive. You have good visibility out of the window, which is something that I really like. No, I haven't started reading Berserk yet, but I've been recommended it several times. Sure. Let me just check out your question here. Um, wait, which question? Is it in general chat or art chat? Oh, what else you need to do on the frog and the beetle? Oh, that looks really nice. Let me go back to the reference photo really quick. Mm-hmm. Can you exit, please? So I would say what I would recommend doing. So on the really pure black areas of the beetle, I don't know if you use solvent to blend, but if you don't, then I would recommend it on those black areas. You're gonna really smooth out that texture. very easily. Like you're not going to have to add any more pigment. If you don't use solvent, then I would just recommend doing using the pure black and doing a whole nother layer on all of the pure black stuff and get it as smooth and as dark as possible. And this also includes the little areas of the tree branch that it's sitting on around the leaves and stuff so that you can make those leaves pop off of the tree and look a little bit more three-dimensional. Other than that, I wouldn't say there's really anything left to do. Let me check on the frog really quick. Okay, so yeah, the frog, the orange. So to create the shadow on the orange on your frog, make sure you're using a darker red. Okay, so do that as well. Oh, hello, Christina. Starting block one, part 9. So that's the mushroom in the cone, right? That's a fun one. I am on project. This is number 16 of block 2 for me. What was I painting? Forgot which part I was working on. All right. Now that I have some admixture in, I'm just gonna go in and start with the queen, I guess, and do some gradients. That's cool. Um, are you enjoying the Evolve program? I've been having a lot of fun with it. I mean, it's not I've been oil painting for a long time, so it for me it wasn't about progressing or getting better as an artist. It was just it gave me the opportunity to get back to oil painting without having to rebuy supplies. When I moved to Poland, I did not bring my oil painting supplies. I was a little concerned about any of the chemicals and stuff, and I didn't want to risk it, like putting my oil paint supplies in my luggage. So I just left it back in the United States, and because my YouTube channel focused on colored pencil at the time, I never got back into oil painting, which is sort of weird since oil painting is my favorite medium and will most likely remain my favorite medium for the foreseeable future. Um, okay, I think I can change this. But I just never did it. You know, I focused on teaching once I sort of found that route to make a living as an artist. And when the program reached out to me to do a review, I just I really enjoyed the little projects that I did to do the review, and I just stuck with the program because it keeps me painting more regularly, which is nice. I didn't really have much of a reason to paint because if I'm doing this, I can't work on my YouTube channel in the sense of like editing videos or writing tutorials or whatnot. And eventually it just got to the point where I need to create a bit more of a better balance between the things I do for my YouTube channel and the things I do for myself, especially art related, because it can be actually kind of difficult to balance the teaching of art and the doing of art. And um, even though a lot of the projects that I do for the tutorials and stuff, I like the subjects. I enjoy working through the projects because it's more of a because I'm more in a teaching mindset. I feel less creative. I feel less creative while doing those projects, and I'm not sure exactly what. Maybe it's just a mental thing, but um, I would say there's a great deal of the projects that I probably wouldn't have actually done if it weren't for the teaching aspect. So it's not necessarily the things that I want to improve on in my own art journey. And so by putting those things on hold, my own personal projects, the oil painting ones, this feels like my own personal project because I get to take the pictures myself. I set up the reference photos myself, and the only thing limiting me now is that I have to follow the rules of the program, which is a completely different way than I normally would oil paint. Because when I oil painted, in the way that I learned to oil paint was in layers. It was not in this sort of this systematic paint by numbers kind of way. But I like this way. In some regards, I do paint like this. I draw like this as well. This particular technique is not something that's new to me, but it's something slightly different than how I would normally oil paint. Because usually when I oil paint, I do sort of a looser, light layer, and then I let the paint dry, and then I do a layer on top of that, and then I do a layer on top of that, and so I do it over a much longer period of time. I don't do a painting in a single sitting because I like to work in layers. Oh yeah, yeah. Um, I've done a few of these paintings live, and there's a few of them where I do give you some tips um, on creating gradients. So the if the result is the same or even better than what you're aiming for, then I don't think the technique, the particular technique laid out in the program needs to be followed when it comes to gradients, okay? Because they actually have two tutorials on gradients. Um, Kevin, he has his method of gradients that you watch in the original video tutorial, and then there's a secondary video that Piper makes, and she explains a slightly varied way of creating the same gradients. And then I did a video. I can't remember the project. I've only done a handful of these live oil paintings. Um, but if you go back through them, then eventually you'll come across the section where I break down just how easy gradients can be. And I show you a method that's using the number 10 filbert brush. And if I ever get there today, I'll talk you through it again so you don't have to go back through um, the older live streams. But um, I find the method to be far easier than the way that they sort of work through it. But whatever works. If you're having success with your gradients the way that they explain it, then by all means, stick to what works for you. But I found their methodology just to be mm, a bit too loose in my opinion. I like control with my artwork. I like to feel the control with whether it's a brush or a pencil. Oh, you have watched a few. Too relaxing, you fall asleep. You're not the only person. So this gradient, that's disgusting. The paint is not mixing quite right here. It's a little bit too blotchy. Just need to add some more paint to that area. Yeah, blotchy gradients is a lack of paint mixture. So sometimes you just need to add more paint to the surface to give your brush a little bit more ability to mix the, the pigments together. So sometimes more paint is necessary to soften the gradients and stuff. So you don't always get the right amount on the first layer. These sort of reflections throughout. I don't know how well I'll be able to work them in. I'm not gonna lie, like I'm sort of rushing through this painting a little bit because it's super hot and uncomfortable and I'm getting kind of hungry. I had a very light lunch. Yeah, I was trying to think. I couldn't even remember what it was. It was so light. I just had some baked beans. Alrighty. Try to clean my brush just a little bit and fix this last gradient. This big gradient over here is the most disappointing right now. Yeah, 105 is pretty pretty up there. Um, but I imagine it's rather dry there in Arizona though, right? It's not very humid too often. I've never been to Arizona, but from what I've heard, a lot of people aren't too bothered by the heat, when you have 105 because it's not hot, sticky heat. It's just sort of dry warmness. That desert kind of heat, which is not unlike um, the Middle East, which is where I've experienced the hottest. It was 115 in Dubai when I was there. But it wasn't remarkably uncomfortable. It was hot, but it was very dry and it was relatively fine to be in 115-degree heat when there is virtually zero humidity. Like not humid even a little bit. So it didn't bother me too much. Although the thing about the really dry heat is that what makes it so dangerous is that it's far easier to to be dehydrated and not realize it in those really high temperatures. That's dry heat, like desert heat, which actually happened to me in Dubai. Um, I actually passed out. Um, I fell over. I was just walking and I fell to my knees, um, vomited, and then I had to be taken to medical. I was in the military, so I was walking on the ship. I was on the ship still. I was actually getting ready to leave the ship. It was the last day before heading back out to sea for who knows how long. And so I was trying to get off the ship one more time. I wasn't feeling great up to that point, but I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think much of it. And so I ended up just falling to the ground, and they took me off to medical and hooked me up to a banana bag, and I was unconscious for like 2 days or something. So it was, yeah, I experienced the heat exhaustion, the dehydration. And looking back, I have no idea how much water I drank. Like, I don't even recall drinking really any water whatsoever. Speaking of water, I should drink water right now because it's really hot and I haven't drank water in like 3 hours. No, not sunstroke. No, just dehydration. Yeah, yeah. That's the danger of those some of those areas in Florida where spring breakers go down. Spring breakers from the north come down. I'm sure you know all about that. Places like Mexico or um, California, Florida, all of those sort of stereotypical spring breaker locations. And of course, they're not drinking water on spring break. So I think just about every year there's a few fatalities due to over consumption of alcohol on top of a low consumption of water because alcohol is uh, alcohol dehydrates you by itself, and then you compound that on high heat and dehydration, you are in for a world of hurt. So yeah, I remember hearing about that stuff when I was in school. I never went on a spring break before, but they had all those they had all those TV shows back in the day on MTV. After they stopped playing music. I don't know. I don't know how that happens. The channel that is literally music television doesn't play music. Such a joke. But yeah, anyways, sorry off topic a little bit, but three heart attacks a day in the summer? Oh my goodness, that's wild, Tina. I I mean, I've never been to Disney World, so I don't know like how many people are there at one time, but that is a shocking number. That's a lot. But it makes sense. Yeah, it totally makes sense. That heat, uh, I'd say close to 90% of the people are tourists that are not used to that kind of heat. They're walking around in the sun all day. So definitely makes sense. Definitely makes sense. It's not surprising, but it's crazy. Crazy, crazy. All right, I think I'm going to put that brush down for a minute and use this brush. My chess pieces are not fantastic. I will admit that. I am definitely rushing through a little bit on this project, but it's just too hot to sit here any longer. I need to I need to finish this up. But I'm gonna do some more chess pieces too. In fact, the next four paintings after this will all be chess pieces. And then the very last one, number four, will have the chess pieces and the figurines. So I'm going to incorporate some other shapes. But I might do more pieces next time. Like a couple pawns, maybe something symmetrical. Maybe I'll do a symmetrical piece. Yeah, yeah. Standing in line for a long time. We get like a month and a half of this rather warm weather. I mean, it doesn't really break. It doesn't really break into the 30s, I don't think. Here. Maybe a couple times, but I'd say generally like mid to high 20s. Sorry to convert back to Celsius, but uh yeah, it doesn't get too hot here, but as soon as it does, my wife tells me about all the people that are complaining that it's too hot. And it's like it's only for 2 months at the most out of the year, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it when I'm outside. I don't so much enjoy it when I'm streaming because I got my screens, my computer's on, I'm inside when I hear everybody outside playing and having fun. So it's yeah, that's the only time that I don't like it to be hot like this, but yesterday it was really hot and it felt great. Like just walking to the gym, I started to sweat and I was like, I like to work out when it's really warm because it keeps your muscles nice and relaxed. And I just prefer that. Generally about 24. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'd say it is about here. So we probably have rather similar weather. Because you're Denmark, my European geography is not amazing, but Denmark is right up by the water as well, isn't it? Like, isn't northern Denmark touching the sea there to the English Channel? I think. Hopefully, I'm not sounding too stupid. I'm not sure which body of water that is particularly, but I think Denmark is there. I'm going based off of like the map of Europe that I saw in seventh grade or something. So we, what grade was it? No, actually, I think it was ninth grade. Ninth grade, we had a foreign exchange student from Denmark. He was a terrible kid, by the way, but the girls absolutely loved him. He was he was very stereotypically attractive young man. So the accent being foreign and built like a young uh can't even think of a name, an actor's name right now. I don't know, maybe what the heck is his name? I'm trying to think of the Brad Pitt. Yeah. So built like a young Brad Pitt, foreign and an accent. Yeah, all the girls wanted to be his girlfriend in high school. He was immediately one of the most popular kids in school. Like the second he showed up. Okay, North and Baltic Sea. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure which sea it was. I wasn't sure if it was this Baltic Sea like Poland, but at least I'm not misremembering where Denmark is, at least in relation to water. But that's about where it ends. I don't know anything else about Denmark. I think there was actually two kids from Denmark. The other one was far less popular and didn't want to do anything but smoke. Coming up on 4 hours soon. Appreciate all of you hanging out with me today. It's been fun. It has been fun. Just gotta do a little bit more here. And then, of course, everyone's favorite part, untaping. Just fill in the background and then I'll create the horizon gradient, and that will be it for this project. And time willing, I'll be back next week. with another painting. I mean, of course, I'm going to be live streaming on Monday and Tuesday. I'll tell you all about my trip this weekend. My wife has been anxious about it. She's new to riding around in a car being driven by me. And even though I passed the theoretical test to get my driver's license here in Poland, um, I'm not used to seeing the signs. The signs are a little bit different and not so intuitive. And when it comes to navigation, well, we have my iPad that we're going to use for getting around and stuff because um, the first time, so the first time that I ever drove on the streets here in Poland was when I bought the car last week. And actually, last Saturday, it's been exactly, well, it's coming up on exactly 1 week, but um, the dealership that we went to is not that far from where we live. Like it's maybe a 20-minute drive. But the thing is, I've never driven on the streets. So I could walk you from any place. Like you drop me off anywhere in Katowice and I'll be able to take you anywhere you want to go. Because I can get around the city. I know the city well enough to get around walking or riding a bike. But if you tell me that I have to get around and I have to follow street signs, like I have to, you know, I have to, I can only go the path of a street, I'm going to have a little bit of trouble because I've never done it before. I'm not familiar with the streets, the navigation of the streets, where the street lights are, where the left hand only turns are at, or the right hand only turns, that kind of thing. And so when we left the dealership and I was driving us home, um, I was just looking for all of the oh, thank you, by the way, Victor. Missed that. Um, I was just looking for the signs to take me where I knew I needed to go, and I didn't see them. Like I never saw them, and so I was going in the direction where I was like, okay, this is back towards the city center, so I'm sure I'm just gonna go this way. But I needed to be in the right lane because it forked, and I was like, oh, I think I should have taken off. I think I should have went there. I wasn't sure because there was no sign that told me. You just sort of had to know, and I was like, okay, this is going to be harder than I thought. And so we ended up overshooting the city completely. Um, and I had to wait to turn around, and I turned around, and of course there was construction, and the construction was super unclear. So the construction on this off ramp was to actually go back on the highway on the wrong side of the highway because they turned they turned the one side of the highway into two-lane traffic. No sign that mentioned this at all. There was no sign whatsoever indicating that you are indeed supposed to be going the wrong way on the highway. So obviously, I was like real uncomfortable about this intersection. So what I ended up doing, and I was like, I'm not going the wrong way on the highway because it just was a mess of construction. I was like, I'm just going to go back on the highway. So I literally just got off and then went right back on because I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell that I was supposed to go the wrong way. And so we ended up having to drive down the highway a little bit further until I got to another exit that wasn't construction, and I turned around, and I knew I was heading in the right direction because I could see the city center, And I was like, okay, well, we overshot it by a little bit. So we were driving back, and I was looking at every possible sign that I could see. And again, there was just no clear indication where I was supposed to turn off, because when you get to the city center, there's quite a few, uh, not necessarily exits, but more junctions of the highway. And I missed the first one, but fortunately, when I was like, okay, I know I probably should have turned there, but eventually I turned off on one that put me on a street that I was familiar enough with in order to get back to where we needed to. But long story short, it was an absolute shenanigans and a half. I think it took us like an hour to get back home from the dealership. But it was, yeah, a bit of a shenanigans. I immediately told my wife we're going to get a SIM card for the iPad, because when I bought the iPad a long time ago, you have an option to buy an iPad that has the availability for a data plan versus the base version, which is quite a bit cheaper, that does not have the option for a data plan. And so I decided that it would probably be a good idea to at least have the option. So I ended up buying the one that had the ability to get a data plan for. And so we wasted no time getting a data plan for the iPad, because there's just there's just no way I'm going to navigate. Like, these roads are just so different. They feel so they feel just so different than what I grew up driving on in the United States, that I just can't uh I just don't want to risk the unnecessary time, like getting lost on roads, just because there's no clear signage that tells you where to go. I'm used to, like, even if I don't know the exit, like if I'm driving in the United States, if I don't know like the street that I'm supposed to get off on, at the very least, I know where I am at all times, because there is a sign like every half mile telling you like what city you're in, what direction you're going, what mile marker you're at, what exit number you're at. Like, I've never driven on the highway and not known exactly where I was when in the United States, and I have literally driven across the country. So um, it was it was a strange sensation driving on the highway, and quite literally not having any idea where I was going. I knew the direction, because no matter what, I always know north, south, east, west, and no matter which way you spin me blindfolded, I'll always be able to point it out to you. But on the highway, it's like just discombobulating on not knowing where you're at, because there's no signs to tell you. It was rather disorienting. Yeah, I feel like the signs, and yeah, I guess I never really appreciated the amount of signage on the roads and stuff in the United States. I just assumed that that was the best way to do it. And I don't recall ever getting lost while driving in the United States. Like, whether it's on the highway or otherwise. Just because even if you're on like some back country roads, you are always at some junction or another, you're always going to see a sign that tells you the neighboring cities that are in which direction and how far away they are. So you could quite literally drive out into the middle of nowhere. And if you follow the road long enough, eventually you're going to get to a junction where it like some state highway or something along those lines, and it will have arrows pointing you to the nearest cities and how far away they are. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, roundabouts uh, West Coast uses roundabouts in the United States, but a majority, yeah, the majority of the United States does not have roundabouts. But if you go to Washington State in particular, there's roundabouts everywhere. I never had done, I've never seen roundabouts until moving to Washington State. And they continue to put them in. They continue to put them in like constantly. And I always found it annoying because I was like, why do they keep doing this? Like, why do they keep putting roundabouts here? But I started to dislike roundabouts because the amount of people not knowing how to use them. And here it's not so bad because here in Poland people are used to roundabouts. So you don't get those clowns that act like it's a stop sign because it's not a stop sign. You don't go up to a roundabout and stop when there's no cars circling around. Um, and that's the problem that I would constantly face in Washington State since roundabouts were relatively new. So you'd be driving down and then there'd be this roundabout and you'd get behind some someone that doesn't know what a roundabout is or they don't know what a yield sign means and they would drive up and they would stop because that quite literally defeats the purpose of roundabouts. The whole benefit of a roundabout is smoother flow of traffic, but the downside is it's immediately ruined when somebody doesn't know what a roundabout is. So it's sort of a double-edged sword. It's useful until it's not. Gotta try to clean out this brush a little bit more. Too contaminated. Also, I got notified my new camera should be here next Wednesday. So it took a little bit less time than what they initially said. Um, so hopefully it's here sooner than Wednesday. That would be great. But the little flickering thing that this camera here, this one right there, where it shuts off because this is a mirrored camera, so every 30 minutes it has to close and reset. So hopefully that will never have to happen again. I'm a little bit anxious if whether or not the new camera is going to like do electronic things and not work right away and I'm gonna have to finick for like 3 hours figuring it out and then it's gonna be something really simple and dumb that I overlooked and And I'm going to be real annoyed at it from the very beginning, but I'm hoping that I can just plug it in and it work because I have watched way too many YouTube videos checking off every little detail to make sure that I have everything for this to just work. And I even drew a little diagram here showing how I'm hooking it up, and I'm making sure that I have space on my computer to plug it in. So, yeah, let's just hope that this works out. I took notes, drew a diagram, made sure that my setup was prepared. I got the extra HDMI cable that I better actually need, but I'm pretty sure I do need. Um, and yeah, so hopefully next Friday. How many days does July have in it? Does July have 30 or 31? Um, Next Friday when I oil paint again, the reason I'm asking because I was thinking that maybe next Friday is going to be the live critiques, but I think I have one more Friday left before the live critiques, depending on how many days are in July. But anyways, yeah, so hopefully I'll have that set up. The other thing is, so I have this right here, this format where it's full screen camera and you can see how nice the camera is. But tell me in chat, is the audio delayed? So when I talk, do the words not line up? Let me know. That was just a quick test. Hopefully you were paying attention. Um, Rewind it if not. But the thing is, the camera setup that I have now is encoderless. It instead uses the Canon application. And if I'm not mistaken, there is about a half-second delay because it lacks an encoder. And for that reason, my audio coming through my microphone is faster than what the camera is able to process. And it therefore has a delay when I'm talking. And it probably doesn't matter too much if I'm just real small up in the corner here, real small up in the corner. But when I do like the full camera view, when you can just see me, um, that's a problem because I tried to record a video. The words do line up. Oh, well, that's kind of surprising because they didn't for me. Uh, like a while ago or whatever, I was trying to record a video, and when I recorded it and then I looked at it, it's like a microsecond off. Okay, well that's comforting to know, but um that's something that really really bothers me that it's even a microsecond off. So that yeah, when I was recording a video, I was editing it and I noticed that it didn't line up and it was driving me absolutely nuts. And so I will be glad that it shouldn't even be off a microsecond with the new camera setup because I have a video encoder. So I won't be using like a onboard application for the encoding. And it won't be coming through a USB because right now it's just coming through USB, and it will be better quality. It will be better quality when I have it coming through HDMI. Yeah, yeah. With the small window, I don't think it matters as much if there's a slight subtle audio delay, because yeah, like you say, no one's really watching my mouth as I speak when I'm real small up in the corner. But I postponed making uh, short videos or whatnot in this kind of format because this camera's delay and the inability to record videos longer than like 20 minutes because the camera mirror reset. I can't really record videos with that limitation because it's already cost me too much time trying to. Because I usually I'll edit, you know, under the 20-minute mark, but if it if at 20 minutes it cuts out something, it's not like I can replace that. If it like cuts me off mid sentence or something, which is exactly what it did. The hard part is almost done. Working around your main subject is the definitely the most difficult part. When painting the background, I mean, it's not the most difficult part of the painting, but definitely the most difficult part of doing the background. And once I'm done with this, it's just smooth sailing from there. This is just the delicate phase. And then Christina, if you're still in chat, I'll show you the gradient technique, which I'll do for the separation, like the separation of the table in the background. Okay, cool. Yeah, it won't take too much longer for me to finish filling in this background, so. If you have any other questions, you can, of course, always ask as well. No limitations on questions, especially on days like today, where it's all about just painting and chatting. I don't even go through the trouble of taping down my artwork so that it looks good on screen the whole time. I just flip it around and do what I want. So you can ask me whatever you'd like. We already had some rather entertaining topics of conversation before you popped in the live stream, so I might actually make this photo the a future monthly mastery project to see how everyone deals with the rule set. How everyone deals with the rule set on slightly more glossy, reflective objects like this. Be kind of interesting to see everybody's take on this project here. Oh, is it getting warm? It's just getting warmer and warmer. Opening the door did absolutely nothing. I feel like it just made it worse. I wish there was a little bit of a breeze coming in through the door, but no such luck. Yep, made it back in time, Remy. Not too much longer, I'll be peeling the tape off. I love the look of these monochromatic pieces that we do for the Evolve program. I mean, they're so simple. Um, you when you force yourself into the framework of uh, doing the values with the strict rule set, like it simplifies it a lot. And the great thing is if you can get to this point, really with anything, you can expand upon it with greater detail and precision. And so it's really a great way to learn just art in general. I mean, it's why I decided to do a review of the program because I felt like Kevin teaches art very similar to the way that I teach art, which is grounded in in like a reasonable process, sort of an algorithmic process, not some magical touchy feely weirdness. Just sort of a um what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a brute force method. Like, yes, maybe if you started every painting like this, then it might be a bit too basic at times. But while learning, you can almost never go wrong if you master like this basic foundation. And this is universal. This isn't oil painting. This is just I am oil painting, but you learn to break down your references in this kind of manner, and you can do anything. It doesn't matter what it is. You can just break everything down in this way. And then the only thing you have to expand upon is the value changes. And then when you introduce color, then you have to adjust your color hue and saturation. And it sort of allows you to compartmentalize each aspect of what makes the illusion of the image appear on your two-dimensional surface the way that it needs to in order to look good. And yeah, it's great. I like the shade of gray for this for these projects as well. Well, especially when they dry. When they dry, they just look really good. I mean, partially because it's oil paint, and oil paint always looks so good. No medium looks as good as oil paint. I just sorry to break it to you. Just doesn't look as good as anything. Uh, do I have a fan? I do not. Do not have a fan. Finding Bigfoot Sasquatch. Uh, my thoughts on the hoax or the possibility. I watched a documentary not too terribly long ago that evolved into some wild and craziness. Um, do I think Sasquatch is a real thing or the possibility? I cannot say that I for sure believe there is or that there is not. I am completely open to the possibility. I am, yeah, I'm definitely open to the possibility. I will not discount um, the possibility that such a creature does in fact exist. There has been, I wish I knew the name of that documentary that I watched because it was really fun to watch. I really enjoyed it. I mean, it sort of went down a rabbit hole of its own and evolved into some really interesting stories and very interesting people. And you know what? I think it actually took place in Washington. Yeah, I think it was Southern Washington. Maybe it was Oregon. I can't recall where some of the interviews and whatnot took place, but um, it was nothing short of fantastic. I enjoyed it a lot. And there's a ton of people, and not all of them are wacky and wild, that have claimed to see something or experienced something. Um, So I think there's a possibility. You know, there's some people don't realize how vast some of these empty, uninhabited areas of the United States are. Like just the sheer magnitude of forest in the Pacific Northwest is it's unimaginably big. If you go from like central California all the way up, everything to the left of the Cascade and Rocky Mountain line, like all of that forest there, like it's so insanely big. It's ginormously big. And to think that there is not at least a dozen undiscovered animals, creatures, whatever you want to call it, within the confines of that space alone on the planet, then you're greatly mistaken. You're just flat out wrong. You're just wrong. Um, I mean, we still discover new species of animals like so much we're running out of names for them. So I think that there's a possibility of something. I mean, it sort of follows the same logic of like UFO spottings because there's so many documented sightings of UFOs um, that you the sheer volume you just cannot discount. Not to mention the kinds of people that have reported seeing things. You have video evidence from the Navy that was released not that long ago, like just in the past few years or something. I don't remember exactly, but a lot of declassified information from the military sightings of UFOs, the US military specifically. So obviously they're a thing, they're a real thing. Now, what they are actually is debatable. Um, they don't seeing them reported sighting of them isn't definitive proof of anything really other than that there has been sightings of things flying that are undescribable or unsure as to what they are actually, but it's definitely no longer an argument that they have been seen and they are something that exists. Just what they are exactly is still up for debate. Doesn't prove anything, but it doesn't disprove anything either. It's uh, sort of a fact that you can't come to any clear conclusion. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the whole Bigfoot thing always happened around those wooded areas. I'd say in the West Coast. So yeah, Washington. I never knew. I never knew that it was Washington that it sort of originated though. The whole Bigfoot thing. I guess I never really thought about where it took place. I just sort of some stories I heard as a kid or whatever, but never really looked into it. I wish I could remember the name of that documentary though. Don't get you started on UFOs. Wow, I didn't know that, Christina. Yeah, yeah. Alaska is ginormous. Yeah, no doubt. Alaska is ginormous. I mean, if you think about, we've never even been to the bottom of the ocean. The amount of pressure the amount of pressure that exists on the bottom level of the deepest part of the oceans, plural oceans, is so massive that a we can't even construct um, a vehicle to go down there because it would just be balled up, just be crushed. I mean, Elon Musk wants to get to Mars. How about we get to the bottom of the ocean first? And some of those, I mean, some of the wild creatures that live in the deepest depths of the waters that we've been able to witness and explore, gosh, they're freaking weird as can be. Some super extra strange stuff on the bottom of the ocean. All right, I gotta remove as much paint from this brush as I can. I'm going to show you how to do the gradient the easy way, or at least my easy way. All right, that should be good enough. Maybe I'll do it just a little bit more. So the secret is the number 10 filbert brush that they give you, by the way. And you want as little paint on it as possible. So I'm really just wiping it on a paper towel here to until it stops painting the paper towel. And you want to keep as much of the paint off the brush as you can in between creating the gradients, okay? So I'm going to use this brush to add the add mixture. So the difference between these two is this here. So this is the moderate light, and this is the add mixture between the extreme and moderate dark that you would do for the backgrounds. So this is the moderate light right here. Or no, this is the moderate shadow, sorry. I'm going to use the moderate shadow to create a smudge between these two colors, and this goes for any gradients. So they refer to these as the admixtures when you place them in between the two gradients. I'm going to make it relatively thick, about twice the thickness of my number 10 round brush. Okay, I'm just going to smear this in here. I just want to get pretty decent coverage with the paint. Make sure that there's plenty of paint on the canvas paper. And then I'll do the same thing here. Just sort of smudge this in here. And then I'll do the same thing over here on this side. Now you don't have to be too concerned with your objects because you can always repair the edges. Some of the edges I goofed up there. You just want to erase that line. That's the first step. So any line that separates your two values, the first step is always to destroy that line. And you do that with just by adding a nice band of admixture. Okay, and you can see I'm not taking any care at all. Like I'm not trying to create some nice bright or some nice neat gradient here. I'm just getting rid of that line. That's the first step. Just get rid of that line. Doesn't matter where your brush strokes go. Okay, so that's step one. Now step two is the harder step. Step two is to take your cleaned off number 10 brush. And what you want to do is the rounded edge of the filbert brush, so right here, so like halfway to this part here, that halfway mark, you want to set that on your paper and very, very gently comb the paint. Okay, so you just very, very gently comb the paint with the the smallest amount of pressure. And I'm going to start in the middle and I'm going to work my way up into the darker value. Okay, so very, very gently, I'm just going to, with the tiniest bit of pressure, like I'm barely touching the paper at all. I'm just going to comb that paint slowly up into the darker value. And when you get too much paint, wipe it off. So when the paint builds up on the brush, wipe it off on your paper towel and then start again, very, very gently, and just work it all the way up. And you can see that that line disappeared. So the first value of color, you erase the line up into the dark, okay? And again, remove the paint from the brush as best you can. Get it completely dry. Now it's still making marks on my paper towel here, but very lightly. So as long as the brush isn't stiff, you don't want the brush to be stiff. So I can wipe it on my finger and no paint is coming off. So it's clean enough. And then now you're going to do the same thing, but you're going to do it in the opposite direction. So now I'm going to take this, start in the middle, very, very slowly. I'm working my way towards the lighter value. You can see the lines start to disappear. And now sometimes if the values are too extreme, so in this case, this value is a little bit more darker than that, I'll just do it a couple times. So I'll start back up in the middle area, very gently, I'll come down. And you can see that line just completely disappear. So personally, that method is far easier than the way they describe sort of using the admixture and sort of working in the small areas, even using a smaller brush, I don't particularly like. But that edge there, so I sort of messed up the base of my chest piece there, but that's easy. That's easy peasy. So I'm just going to take some of my paint of the color of that part of the piece, and I'll just come over here. Can you see this? I'll just come over here and clean up that edge. And there's nothing to it. Just erase those imperfections and got a nice clean line. So it's far easier to just fix the edge of your subject than it is to try to do your gradient and not mess that edge up. So don't worry about your edges. The edges are super easy. I've had a few people from the program ask me about gradients, and I've explained it a number of times. So you're not the only one that is having a rough go at the gradients. The gradients are truly the hardest part of painting, period. I mean, gradients are actually the most important thing in art. If you're going to create art, you need to master gradients regardless of the medium you're using. Gradients are so vitally important. I cannot stress that enough. They are gradients. Let's see. Gradients are more important than color. I would say the number one is the important thing for good art is always, 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 this will never change, is going to be contrast. So getting the correct values is always going to be the most important part, no matter what. But above color is going to be gradients. Good gradients are essentially how you create form in any object ever. So, mastering gradients is the second most important thing about art, and not painting, not drawing, not anything like that. I'm just saying art in general. Medium doesn't matter. It goes value, then it goes gradients. So getting good at creating gradients is going to take your art a very, very long way. So when you get frustrated, um, working a tricky gradient or something like that, or you're just not getting it looking the way that you want. Just know that gradients are the hardest but second most important thing that you'll ever get good at when it comes to art. Yeah, paint. Working with the paint, the movable medium is a bit tricky. Also, if you're wondering why it's so important to keep the excess paint off of your brush, when paint starts to build up in the bristles of the brush, the you get clumps of the fine hairs of the paintbrush, and when you do your uh, light brush stroke across your paint, you will get the ridges of those clumps of hairs, and it will not create a soft gradient. It will create a zebra stripe gradient. So that's why it's important to regularly remove the excess paint from your paintbrush as you're doing the gradients. So just keep that in mind. And the amount of pressure or the amount that I'm touching the paper or canvas paper with the paintbrush is like you're trying to tickle somebody with a feather. That's how lightly I'm brushing the paper. Just just the gentlest of touch. So you're trying to tickle the paper with a feather. That's that's the way to do it. These longer, wider gradients are going to test your ability a lot. Yeah, I'm not totally satisfied with the way that looks on camera. It's a little bit too high. Separation of the light and the dark. I'm gonna try to flip it and see if I can get a better angle. The other thing, one more thing I need to mention about doing the gradients this way. When you're wiping off your brush, when you're using your paper towel to take the excess paint off your brush, also realize that every time you're doing this, you are removing paint from the canvas. So it's you can get a bald spot if you work it too much and not add pigment. So that's why when you add the add mixture to break that line, you want to use a good amount of paint. Don't be stingy with the amount of paint that you apply to that add mixture because every time you do this blending, you are removing paint. And if you do it too much, you will remove too much paint and you'll actually have a bald spot on your canvas. And it won't be completely noticeable. And then when it dries, it will sort of have this really unevenness to it. So just keep that in mind as well. I think that looks better. Now I gotta clean up my edges a bit. So I guess I'll just, what is this color? That, okay, that's that. Trying to remember which pigment I used there. Thanks, Tina. Nice clean edge. I'm just going to use this small brush to soften my cast shadow over here. Try to make room so you guys can see what I'm doing, but I'm just going to smudge this cast shadow a little bit. I'm going to keep my brush nice and dry. And it's essentially just the same technique, but no add mixture. I'm just going to mix the paint right on the canvas. Because this cast shadow is just a little bit softer towards the end here. I don't use a real powerful light when I take the photographs, so it gives me relatively sharp cast shadows and stuff, but not super sharp, not like sunlight. It's not that heavy of a light. So I'm just going to soften this edge just a tiny bit, make it blurrier. And this is just as easy as going, like painting over top of that edge and doing it repeatedly until the colors mix together. And just creates a softer texture. I'll do a little bit here on this cast shadow. Alrighty. Let me just get this stuff out of the way. I will zoom out a little bit. There we go. So there's the finished painting. Now I will. Is everyone ready? Everyone ready? I'm untaping. If you're not looking, I'm untaping now. Oh, you're welcome, Christina. No problem at all. Happy to help. Yeah, the program's great, but it's not perfect. I like my gradient method a little bit better, but I'm biased. But I think it's easier. Oh no, I didn't want to peel off two strands of tape. There's wet paint on it. This is the best part. Oh no. Stop sticking to each other. Thought I was gonna make a mess. All right. Sorry, this is not the most graceful untaping. This is the worst untaping I've ever done. So my apologies. It's not as satisfying when I'm flopping about. And there we have it. There's the finished painting. By the way, Christina, if you want to tape your artwork like this, I just use regular painter's tape from the uh, the home improvement store. So just low tack painter's tape. That's what I use to create my borders here. And since the surface is textured, you can see a little bit of feathering near the edges. Um, I mean, I'm not trying to impress anybody with my clean lines or anything, but if you wanted really clean lines, um, then frog tape, the green or blue low tack frog painter's tape. It's kind of expensive, but that tape is the best. That is the best tape to use for oil painting. But like I said, it's a little bit expensive. Anyways, I am done. I am done streaming. I am going to leave and eat food. But thank you guys so much for coming by and hanging out. It is always a blast. You guys never disappoint me on making the live streams fun. My apologies for all of the spam bots that decided to show up on the live stream, but fortunately they've left us alone for the past hour, so that's nice. Um, I am going to be going on a nice little road trip with my wife tomorrow morning, so I'm super excited about that. I'll promise I'll tell you guys all about it on Monday. And Monday we're going to be finishing the pastel project, so Monday is going to be a pretty long stream as well. I'd say it's probably going to be about 3 hours if I had to guess. There's a lot of work still to do on that project, but I do want to finish it on Monday. So that's the plan. And yeah, I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. Take care. Peace.